Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to our YouTube channel. This is John from Programming Knowledge. And in this video, guys, we're going to be learning how to use React to create an Amazon clone. And as you can see here, we have an Amazon clone built with React JS. And there's a lot of features that we can find here, though not that comparable to the real Amazon site. But as you can see, this is a functional website and this is built 100% with React.js. And here we have the header, which we can see that there is a search bar. We have here the buttons or links for signing in, the orders, and for the cart or the basket. And also, we have here the banner for the Amazon website. And also we have here the display of products available to purchase. And in this case, I just use this particular image for the demonstration of products displayed on this particular website. But of course, you can change this. You want, if you want to, you know, make use of different images for different products, you can use that. And also you can change also the prices of the products displayed inside this page. Now in this particular project, you can click on the yellow button for adding items to the basket. So for example, this one, add to basket. So the number will increment or will be added. The item will be added to the basket. So for example, this one, 7, and it become 8. And you can also click on that particular basket and you can see all the items that has been added to the basket. And you can see here the subtotal or the total of all the products, the prices, and we also have some sort of ads here, as you can see. And of course, guys, we'll be using Firebase for this particular project, especially for signing in and signing up. So we can sign in by using our email and password. So in this particular form, we could sign in and also create our own account to this particular clone website. So as I've said, guys, this is an Amazon clone. We're going to be using React to build this particular clone, and also we're going to be using Firebase for our database. So if you're excited, um, we can start right away and get ready for building this particular Amazon clone by using React.js and Firebase database. So here we are, guys. We're going to start with our Amazon clone video tutorial series, and I hope you're excited as I am to learn something new and of course to have a working Amazon clone at the end of this video tutorial series. So first off, let's try to um, create a new project for our video tutorial series, and of course we're going to open up our folder. So for example, let's open terminal first and let us see. So I'm currently at users and then admin. So to I'd like to uh, add my project here. Documents, where is it? React.js, and of course uh, here inside this particular React.js folder. So it's going to open up this particular folder, and then I have here all the working project or React.js projects. So I'm just going to close this. So currently we're here at users, admin, documents, and of course React.js folder or directory. So we're going to create our own project right here by using the command npx create react app, and then of course the name of our Amazon clone. For example, let's just name this um, Amazon clone app. Okay, and then press enter, and let's just wait for a few seconds because it's going to set up all the necessary files inside our Amazon clone app project. So the duration will be dependent on your machine, the speed of your machine, and of course the speed of your internet connection because it has dependencies to download. Okay, so there you go. We already have our project running, or I mean project created by using the command npx create react app, and then of course the name of our project, which is Amazon clone app. So from this, we can try to remove the unnecessary files that we have here. Let's try to open up this Amazon clone app project. And as you can see here, and actually we can open this folder instead of viewing all the projects that we have here. So Amazon clone app, and then click on select folder. This will open up our Amazon clone app project itself and not the React.js directory that holds all the projects. So here I will have to remove um, files that I think not necessary for our project right here. So first off, I'm going to remove the logo, uh, delete this, and I'm going to delete app test.js because we're not gonna do testing. And what else? Setup test. Let's remove that. Okay. And then inside our app.css folder, for now, let's remove all this unnecessary styles. We're going to build our clone app from the scratch. So first off, I'm going to replace all the necessary, or I mean, all the default styles that we have here. So I'm just going to add this asterisk and then open and close curly braces, and then I'm gonna remove the margin because by default um, the HTML or the default setup will add random margins between all elements. So that's why we're targeting all elements and then trying to remove the margin, setting it to 0. Now for our app.js, we have here added the logo. So I'm just going to remove this. We're not going to need that. Also this, okay, and we can also remove this also, header, okay, and also this particular element. So save, and in our index.js file, okay, so we have here the root element, okay, so app.js, remove the import of logo, save, um, what else, index.css, we can make changes or few changes here. So for example, the background, instead of uh, having a default background, we're gonna use a certain background color. So BGC, and then specify the RGB value. So 234, 237, 237. Okay, save, and let's try to run our app for now. So npm start, and hopefully it will run successfully without complications. Okay, so we're doing this all live, and We have here the output of our program. It's running on port 3000 localhost. So we'll just wait for a few seconds to load. Basically, there's a lot of components. So as you can see here, we have an empty project. That's because we remove mostly the the components from our app. So we only have this as the app name right there, and I'm in the app and then the class name. And of course, for our index.js here, we only have this root. And of course, if we want to add something to our what do you call this app, we just need to, for example, add here an element. So h1 and then hello world, hello Amazon clone. Save, and it should refresh. Um, there you go. Hello world, hello Amazon clone. So you have successfully created your project if you are seeing this particular lines. Now, first off, this particular clone, we're doing the CSS, custom CSS for our components. And we have different components, and we will apply different CSS or styling for our components. So for example, we have the login, the sign up form. So I have already shown you the output of this particular video tutorial series. So for now, let's work with our app.js file. Okay, app.js file. And before we proceed, let's try to add the dependencies for our project so that in the next video tutorial, we will try to, what do you call this, continue creating the components, applying the CSS and other functionalities that we need for our project. So in this particular clone, we need the material UI. We're gonna use the material UI for that. So what we can do, let's try to install first the material UI. So that will be npm install and then add material UI slash core. Okay, and press enter. So again, in this particular video tutorial series, we're going to be using React.js. As you can see here, we already have created the project, and we're going to be using MySQL, Firebase database, especially the um, authentication, and of course, we're going to be using the Material UI for our um, components. So after that, we're going to use or install also the Material UI icons. We're going to need that. And we'll be using or we'll be installing Firebase also. So in this particular video, guys, we're just setting up our project, and then later on we can continue working with our components. So we're just gonna wait for a few seconds. Okay, so there you go. We have already installed the Material UI icons. We will try to install also the Firebase. So npm install Firebase. Okay, so there you go. We have installed the Firebase, and also we're gonna be needing the React React currency format. So this will be for formatting the currency inside our clone or Amazon clone app. So that will be React currency format. And then also we're gonna be needing the React DOM and React Router DOM. So actually we can install it all at once, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just try to install it one by one. So you can follow along with this tutorial. So React DOM. Okay, so that's React DOM, and then we also have React Router DOM. Okay, so this will be for the functionalities inside our application or the Amazon clone app. So we're gonna be using the React Router DOM in order to switch between pages or between interface or between components within our Amazon clone app. So this is all for the setup for our Amazon clone app. So please bear with me. But in the next tutorial, we'll be adding more components to our app because as you can see now, this is just a basic and boring app actually. So hello world and hello Amazon clone app. So if you are excited to learn more and to have a working Amazon clone app by using React.js, you can follow along with this tutorial. So from the previous tutorial, we set up our app and then we have downloaded the necessary dependencies that we're going to be using. So the first one is the core and then the icons. And we also have the React currency format for formatting the currency that we will be displaying in our website or yeah, in our Amazon app. And then we also have imported or installed the React DOM, React Router DOM, and Firebase. Now we'll start adding components to our React app. Okay, so for now, we're just seeing the basic display, hello world, and hello Amazon dash clones because that's what we are trying to display. Now, as I've said, we're going to be adding a lot of components here in our Amazon clone app. And the first component that we're going to add is the header. So under the SRC folder, I'm just going to create a new file here, and this will be header.js. So in React, as you probably already know, that every um, every area of our app is a component. So say for example, the header is a component, the sidebar is another component. We could also add boxes, which could be another component. Now, in our app or in our header.js, we're going to be adding a functional component. So we're going to do import first, import React from React, and this will be function header. That's the name of our component. And inside here, we're going to return the um, elements that we're going to render. So that will be the nav, okay? And this will have a class name header, okay? And of course, we're going to add this to our app.js. So that will be app.js, and instead of this h1, we're gonna have to add the header. Okay. We're going to import the header. So import header. We need to export the header component first. So that will be export and then default and then header. There we go. So we should be able to import it right here in our app.js. So that will be header from that and then forward slash and then of course the name of our component, which is header. So header, it should not be header. So it's header without s. Okay. So now we're getting the white display. And what we can do here is add the CSS file for our header. So header.css, and inside our header, we're gonna be adding the CSS file, or I mean, so CSS styling. So background color, for example, we're gonna be using 1319 and 21. Another uh, rule is display and then flex. This is just for the arrangement of our elements inside this particular header. So align items, center, position, we're gonna make it sticky, and then top is 0, z index equals to 100. Okay, and then save. And there's no display yet because we don't have the, what do you call this? The elements added here in our header.js component. So inside here, we're gonna be adding the link. So for example, okay, so let's just add first the div, and then inside here, we're gonna be naming this as class name, um, header, and then option. So we're gonna be adding here a span for the user. So for example, hello user, and this will have a class name of header underscore underscore. Let me close that. Header underscore underscore option line 1, and we could do the same, copy and paste this, and this will be option line 2. Okay, and this is the sign in or sign out. Okay, and then of course we're going to add CSS rules for this. So let me add CSS rules for this, and I think also we need to add the logo, but we can do it later on, or maybe we can do it now. Yeah. So after the header, we're gonna add the image for our logo, img, and the class name is header underscore underscore logo. So the image that we're gonna be using is the actual image from Amazon. So let's add an alternative text, and this will be logo. And then the source for our image will be this. http and then pngimg.com/upload/amazon and then png11.png. So I'm gonna be adding the link to the description box below so you could, use the same image that I'm using right here in our video tutorial. So right after that, um, we could also add the search bar. So that will be another div, and then we're going to add a class name right here, header underscore search, and right here we're gonna be adding an input type text, and then class name equals header underscore search input, close our tag, and then we're going to be using the search icon from material UI. So class name header underscore search icon. Okay, so we don't have the search icon yet because we need to import that from our material UI library. So import search icon from material UI icons slash search. There you go. And it's going to take a little while. So search icon is not defined. Why? Search icon is not defined. Do the same. Search icon is not defined. There you go. So we have this particular icon. Now, what we can do is try to add CSS styles for our elements. For example, the logo, we're going to be resizing it into 100 pixels, and the margin will be 0 and then 20 px or 20 pixels, and then margin top will be um, 18 px, and then object fit will be contain, and then save. Let's try that, and it should. So it's not working for now. Let's try to add another styles for our elements. So for example, the search. So display and then flex. And then of course, we're gonna have to add a flex size to our search into 1. Okay. And then of course our headers search input, that will be height is 12 px, and then the padding is 10 px. Border is none, and then of course the width is 100%. There we go. So save, and let's try to refresh. It's not reflecting our changes. Let's add more um, styles to this. Search input, and then search, and then of course the search icon. Search icon. So padding will be 5 pixels. The height is 22 pixels, and we're gonna be adding important keyword to this. And then the background color will be CD904D. Okay, and um, what else? search icon, header search, and then header option. So the header option, we can add header option display was flex, and then flex direction will be column, and then margin left will be 10 pixels, and then margin right will be 10 pixels. 10 pixels. There you go. Let's try to run our React app npm start by using the npm start um, command for us to see the changes that we have added right here. So hopefully the styles that we have added reflects. So for now it's not reflecting the changes. Let's try to refresh. Okay, I think we're not targeting the right element. So header, we have class name. Let's try to double check. Um, so we have header, header logo. There you go. So it's not getting the CSS that we want. So harder load. It's not getting the CSS yet. Okay, it's not um, adding. That's because we need to import also the CSS here in our header.css file. Yeah, header.js file. So that will be import and then semicolon, I mean single quote, and then that, and then the header.css file. Okay, and it should work. Header.css module not found. Let's try to do this once again. Header.css. Uh-huh. Where did we add the header.css? It should be inside the source folder. There you go. So after that, uh, header.css. Now we can see that we have the header right here, as you can see. So we can add the other elements also. So for example, this one, we can add the CSS style for this to make it like a professional Amazon website. So let's resize this for now. Okay, so um, we have here the option line 1 and option line 2, right? So in order for us to um, add CSS to this, all we have to do is header link. Okay, okay. So later on, we will be adding links to this. For example, if we want to sign in or sign out from our website or from our app. So basically, we're going to be using the link. So that will be link. Okay, and then um, we should include the first tag of our div. So that will be link, and then close that and include the div, and then let's indent that for us to have a readable code. And for now, let's just have a empty or the default location for our link. So it's going to redirect to the root directory of our app. So, and then we're going to be adding the class name right here as header underscore underscore link. And then we're going to target that in our header.css. So that will be um, header underscore underscore link, open close parenthesis, and then the color of this should be white, and then text decoration will be none. And then of course we have the option line 1 and option line 2. So that will be header underscore underscore option 1, option line 1, and then open and close curly braces, and the font size will be 10 pixels. Okay, and then the option line 2 will be this one. Option line 2 font size is 13 pixels, and then the font weight will be 800. Okay, so save this, and um, we're getting an error right here that invariant failed. You should not use link outside a router. So the problem with this is because we did not add a router as a parent to our link. Okay, we directly added the link right here, but we don't have a router. So that's the required element for this or component. So what we can do is inside our um, app.js file, we can add a router right here. Okay, and then enclose our div with the router element or component. So save, and we need to, of course, import this from uh, React Router, React Router DOM. So what we can do is import and then open and close curly braces, and then browser router as router, and then it will be from the React Router DOM. There you go. Save our file, and it should we should have this display where we can see the logo, the search field, and of course the um, links for signing in or signing out. So later on, we will have a condition. If the user is logged in, then we're going to be displaying the sign out. But if the user is signed out, then we're going to be displaying the sign in link in order for us to redirect the user to the correct form. So here at the top, we can also get the current username. So for example, the name of the user is John. So here we can add hello John. So to have like a welcome message for our user. So basically from the previous tutorial, we already implemented the header, and we applied styles to the logo and then the search box and the search icon. And also we already added the um, links. For example, this one. Um, for this particular video, we're going to be adding more links to the header. So in order for us to do that, we need to go back to our code editor, and inside our header.js, we're going to add the um, another links or the other links for this header. Okay, so this is the first link. There you go. And then of course, what we can do is let's just add a comment right here. So this is first link. So the way you can add comment to the React.js is by using the curly braces and then forward slash and then semicolon, I mean asterisk and then asterisk and then forward slash, because we're inside the React component where we need to specify the curly braces, okay? Because this is JSX. Now, as I've said, we're going to be adding another link. So this will be for the second link. And what we can do is, of course, we can just copy this, okay? And of course, we need to change the text. Say, for example, returns. This will be returns. And the second or the option line 2 will be orders and orders. There you go. Okay. And let's set this to default to the root of our app or project. And then we're going to be adding third link, which is for your Prime. So this is one of the links present in the Amazon website. So your Prime. And then there you go. Again, this is option line 1 and then option line 2. And other thing that we could add here is um, we're going to separate this. So what we can do here is add the header nav. Okay, so that will be div and then class name header underscore underscore nav. And then of course we need to include or surround our links with this particular div. So right here, okay. So let's save our file and make sure to see the result. Okay, so save, and we're getting the links displayed like this. So the first link, the second link, and the third link. So it's displayed this way because we need to apply CSS to the header nav class name. So header nav, header underscore underscore nav, and then we need to specify the display type, which is flex, and then justify content space evenly. There you go, and save. It should arrange our links this way. So that's how powerful the display flex, and we just added the justify content to have or to add space between the links evenly. Okay, so right after the third link, we're going to be adding the basket. So in order for us to add the basket, we need to go back to our header.js, and after the link, let me indent this first so we could have a better view of our source code. There you go. After that, we need to add the basket, right? So what we could do is add a link. Okay. So the purpose of this link is to whenever we click on it, then we're going to be redirected to the checkout page because this is the basket or the cart for this particular app. So the class name will be header underscore underscore link. There you go. And we're going to add another div here. So the class name of our div will be header underscore underscore option basket. Okay, and then we're going to add another icon right here. Okay, so we need to add another icon. So what we can do is specify the shopping basket icon. Okay, so it will give us an error because we need to import that from Material UI. So in here, import shopping basket icon from Material UI icons / and then of course the shopping basket. Okay, so shopping basket. Um, let's refresh that. Shopping basket icon from Material UI shopping basket. There you go. So we now have the shopping basket icon right here at the top right portion of our app. So the next thing, so let's just add a comment right here. This is for the basket icon with number. So it will display in this particular area, it will display the basket and of course the number of items within that particular basket. Okay, so after this, we're gonna be adding the number of items in the basket. So whenever we click the button add to cart, then it should update, or the number here should be updated. So there you go. Class name will be header option line 2, and then of course header __ basket count. So let's just add number 2 here just for the sake of example on how the basket should look. So there you go, we have the um, value 2. Now it's not aligned right now, so what we could do is add CSS file to that, or I mean CSS styling. So what we could do is add the header __ option basket, and then display um, flex, and then align items center, and then of course the header __ basket count. This is the actual value or the actual number that we are seeing on the screen. So margin left, and then 10 pixels. Margin right will be 10 pixels also. So let's try that. Save our header.css, and there you go. The basket and of course the number of items in the basket are aligned properly. So that's how um, the header should look like. We have the logo, the search box, the search icon, the links for signing in, the links for orders, the prime, and of course the link for the checkout page or the basket. Okay, so we have added the links. Now what we could do is try to work with our banner right here. So in order for us to do that, we need to um, um, add more components to our um, project. So I think the best thing to do right now is to add the login component. So what we could do is add another file for our app. So let's try to right click the SRC folder and then click this new file option, and then we're going to be adding the login.css or login.js, and then of course we need to add also the login.css for the styling of this particular component. So the login.js will be um, it will be a functional component. So function login and then open close parentheses and open close curly braces, and then of course we're going to need to import the React from React. Okay, and then of course inside our login we need to define the form. So we need to add the return statement, and then of course here we need to add a div with a class name um, login. Okay, and let's try this first. Um, we can say here div and then class name and then login underscore underscore container. There you go. And then we could add the h1 element here. So sign in. There you go. And then of course we need to add the form. So inside the form we have the element h5. So this will be for the email. This is the placeholder for our, the label for our email. And then input and then value. Let's not add the value first. Let's just make the type into email. Email. Okay. So let's try this. Save. And of course, inside our app.js file, we need to add another route or route. So yeah, another route. And the way to do that is we're gonna be specifying the switch. So switch, then we need to place this inside the switch, our header. So the header will be inside the root and then path equals, for example, checkout, and then we're gonna be closing the root. Okay, so we need to import this components from our React Router DOM. So let's close this first. So router, and then right after that will be switch, and then the route. This is for the, like, if we want to go to the login, then we need to be on this particular um, path. For example, let's just, if we want to go to the login page, then we need to specify the route or route login, and then of course we need to specify here the login component. But in our login component, we need to export this. Export default and then login. Okay, so that's login, and we need to import that here. Import login from login. Okay, so switch, and then yeah, header login. We're getting an error. Unexpected token 13. That's why that's because we need to close our route there. Okay, let's refresh this. We're getting an error. Let's check. Okay, let's try to go to log in. So there you go. We have this output um, because we have added the H1 for our sign in. We have added the H5 for the placeholder of our email, and then of course our input um, email, which is, or I mean input with type email. So in this particular video, we're going to be adding CSS styling to our login page and also adding components to our home page. So there you go. So we have here the we from the previous tutorial, we already added the different routes or different routes. So for example, checkout and login. So if we go to our login page by specifying the URL slash and then login, we will be seeing this particular form. It is not yet complete and it has no styles or CSS styles as of the moment, but we're gonna be adding that in this particular video. So let's just jump to the homepage right now because we're gonna be adding the another route for our um, application. So below the login, we're gonna be adding here another route here, and this should have the path uh, forward slash, which will mean this will be the root component or the root page of our application. And inside here, we're going to be adding the header, of course, the header element, because we want to have that header if we are on the home page of our app. So we're going to be adding the header right here and also the home component. So we don't have this home component yet. So we will try to add this from our project. So right click your source folder and then new file. We're going to be adding here home.js, and of course we will be adding also the CSS for our home. So that will be home.css, and inside our home.js file we will be adding a functional component. So function and then home, open and close curly braces, and for now let's just have this return a simple for example h1. So let's just add here home, and of course we need to export this, export default and then home. So save that, and of course here in our app.js file we need to import that also. So import and then home from, and then from the home file. There you go, and then save. It should display this right here, the header, and of course the home component. And the home component now only has this h1 element or tag. So in the next videos, we're going to be adding more elements to this home. So for now, maybe we will be adding the banner or the image for the banner. And for this particular video, we're going to be adding the CSS to our login page. So that will be 3000 and then login. So for now, we have this display, but what we want to do is add also the field for our password. So what we have here, we have the email, right? We also need to add H5 for our password, and of course the input type, and this will be text or password, of course, to hide the characters while we're trying to type into this particular field. So input type password, and we could um, maybe change or set the name or the value of this later on. And another thing will be the button for submitting the form, of course. So button and then type equals submit, and the class name will be, we will be adding class name to this, which will be login underscore underscore sign in button. And of course, we need to close this also. Double quote here. And it should say sign in. Sign in. Okay, there you go, sign in. So let's try to save this. So we have here the sign in and email with password, and of course the button that we have just added. And of course, right below the form element, we will be adding, for example, this is just for the sake of an example, by signing in, you agree to Amazon, Amazon's conditions or terms and conditions. There you go, conditions. Okay. Now we will be adding the CSS for this. So what we can do is go back to login.css, and then in here we're going to be adding the login, and then background color will be white. Okay, and height will be 100 view height. Okay, this is okay. So next is display, and then flex direction will be column, align center or align items, it should be um, center. There you go, center. So log in, okay, there you go, class name. And of course we need to add the CSS file. So import, um, is it import? Let, let's just copy the, yeah, we don't need to specify the name, so let's just copy this. But this will be login.css. Okay, so it's displayed on the center right now, but we need to add more to this, add more CSS styles to this. So what we can do is, um, for example, the logo. I think we don't have the logo yet, but later on we will be adding the logo, so might as well target that on the CSS. So the width will be 100 px or pixels, and the object fit will be contain. Margin top will be 20 px pixels, and then margin bottom will be 20 pixels. There you go. And then the login container width is 300 pixels. Display flex. We also have flex direction, most likely the same with our login class. Padding will be 20 px, 20 pixels. And border, we're going to be adding border to our login container. So this container will hold all the components that we have added here inside the form. So solid, and then this will be light, um, light gray. Okay. 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 So we need to have the correct class name for our login container. So it should be login underscore container. So that will be login. There you go, save, and we now have the border and display flex and all the other included CSS stylings. Now we will be adding um, another element right here, which is the link. And of course, the link should contain the image that we want to use as the logo. And every time we click on this particular image, it should redirect to the desired URL or the added URL that you want to like be redirected to once the user clicks on this particular image. So we will be using the link. There you go. And inside here, we will be adding the image element. There you go. And we will be setting the alt text for this. So alt and then double quotes. And of course, we will be adding the class name. So I think we already added the class styles or class styling to this inside our login.css. And also we will be adding the source or SRC attribute of our image. So that will be https colon and then double forward slash and then upload.wikimedia.org slash Wikipedia and slash commons, and I'll be placing the URL or the link in the description box below, so you can just copy and paste this instead of typing in this very long URL of our Amazon logo. So that will be slash 1024 pixels dash Amazon underscore logo dot svg dot png. Okay, that will be it. And of course, we will need to import the link component from our React Router DOM. So link and then save, and we will be getting this new sign-in form with the Amazon logo added. So of course, we need to add the styling for our sign-in button. So there will be several styling or CSS rules that we'll be adding here for our sign-in button. So first off, let's add the background color. That will be PRF0C14B. And then the border will be 1 pixels or 1 pixel solid. And then the margin top will be 10 pixels. Height will be 30 pixels, and the color, the border radius will be 2 pixels, and color will be 111, which is close to black, and then border color, which is there will be three values for our border color. So that will be A88734, and then the second value will be 9C, and then 7E31. The third one will be 846A, and then 29. And then save. We should be getting this particular button sign in. As you can see here, it has like a yellowish background. Okay. So after that, we will be adding also the sign up or create your account button right below our paragraph by signing in. You agree to Amazon's terms and conditions. So right here we will be adding the button. So create and then your Amazon account. Create your Amazon account. So the purpose of this button is every time we click on this, we should be able to create our account, and then the email and then the password that we specify. So class name will be login registration or register button, and it should have the same styling with our sign in button. So what we can do is try to add it here, comma, and then login register buttons from our uh, class name right here. So login register button. So save, and of course save our login.js, and there you go. We will be adding or getting this create your account button right here. And next, we'll be adding CSS styles to our paragraph, to our H5, and of course to our H1. So um, using the login container. So for now, we will be targeting this paragraph right here, and this is inside the login container. So that will be login underscore underscore container and then paragraph. So we will be styling the paragraph inside our login container, and this should have a margin and of course the font size. We will be setting that. So margin top will be maybe 15 pixels, and then the font size will be 12 pixels. Okay, save, and there you go. We now have an improved version, but again, we will be adding also styles to our H5 and H1, and of course in the input fields for the email and password. So let's go back to our login.css, and below here we will be adding another CSS style. So login underscore underscore container and then H1, and then open close curly braces, and the font weight will be 500, and then the margin bottom will be 20 pixels. And then we'll be adding also style for our H5, which is under the form, and then there you go, H5. So we will be adding, I think, margin. So margin to the email and password label that we have here, which is H5. So we'll be adding margin bottom 5 pixels, and the last will be for our input text or input fields like the email and password. So login container and then form and then the input, and of course the height will be 30 pixels, and the width, maybe the margin bottom will be 10 pixels, and then the width, background color first, so white, remove the number sign, and then the width will be 98%. Okay, and then save. There you go. We now have the login or sign up form formatted nicely. So in the next videos, guys, we will be adding the um, Firebase functionalities to this. Like for example, if we want to sign up or create an account, so all the information will be saved to Firebase. And in this video, we have added the home page, the header, and of course the home component, which we have created right here, the functional component home with the H1 home as of the moment, but we will be adding more components to this particular functional component home. Okay, so in this video we're gonna be working with the home component. We're gonna be adding the images, and of course we will be adding also the product components where we can display all the products inside our e-commerce website. So from the previous tutorial, we already have added the styling for our login page. And if you have missed that, go ahead and watch the video first before proceeding to this particular video. So again, we're going to be dealing with the home page. So let's go to that. And right now we have this home component, which only has the H1 element home right here. But what we will try to do is add a div element right here, and we're gonna name this, or the class name for this will be home. Okay, and then here we will be adding the image or the banner image. Um, this will be the biggest image inside this particular page. So we will be adding the alt text. There you go. And of course, the src or the source for this image, we will be adding that. And what we can do is just copy paste this. I've got this from the Amazon website, so I'll just copy and paste this. And of course, you can have any image that you want, but also you can try to copy and paste this. I'll give the link to the description box below, so you can just copy and paste and have similar image to mine in this particular video. So um, the class name for our image element will be home underscore underscore image. Okay, so save this and let's try to view our app right here. Let's just resize this so you can see better. Let's just refresh, and it's not getting, there you go. We have this particular image, and of course we need to apply CSS styling for this. Now what we can do is go to home.css, and let's try to add CSS styling for our home component or home element, which should have the max width like 1500 pixels, and also margin left will be auto automatic, and margin right will be auto as well. And of course we're going to add styles to our home image, which is the image that you are seeing here, the blue one, the biggest image inside our home page. So that will be with 100% and masked image. This will be for the um, like the gradient effect to our image. So I will try to uh, demonstrate later on how this masked image looks inside our page. So masked image and then linear gradient. So we'll be adding that to bottom, and then RGB A, and then that will be 0, 0, 0, and then 1, and then after that will be RGBA 0, 0, 0, and then 0. Okay, and Z index will be -1, margin bottom will be um, -150 px or pixels. Okay, and let's just save this for now, and let's try to refresh our page. Okay, inspect, and let's try to hard refresh this page. Okay, so it's getting this particular size. Okay, so home image, uh, home image, there you go, and then home.js. Let's copy and paste this. Okay. It should have refreshed and got the latest version. So npm start. Okay. While waiting for that, let's just add another element right here for our home component. So here we will be adding a row for our product. So that will be div, and then the class name will be um, home underscore underscore row. And of course, inside here we'll be adding the product component. So product, and there we go. So the product will have an attribute of ID. So for example, 12314, and then the title will be, for example, the lean startup. For example, how constant innovation. So this is just an example of a product. So price, and then I'm going to be adding here an 11.96 for example, and rating will be 4, and then image, I'll be adding here an example image that I got from Amazon website. There you go. And if we try to save this, we will be getting this error, product is not defined. That's because we don't have the product component yet. So what we can do is try to add the product component. So let's go to our resources, and inside here let's create a new file, and this will be product.js, and for the CSS, product.css. There you go. Inside our product.js file, we will be adding the functional component product. So function product. Okay, and of course we need to import React from React. Okay, so in here we will be um, adding the return statement, which will return a group of elements. So the first one, or the root element for our product component, is product. So all the attributes, all the um, like for example the prices, or the price, the title, and of course the product rating and the image, and of course the add to basket button will be added inside this particular component, right? Or I mean particular element right here. So in here we will be adding the second div, so that will be for the product underscore info. So under this we will be adding the title of the product title, which will be inside a paragraph tag. So we will be getting the title um, attribute. So it will be from the what do you call this? we pass the parameters right here. For example, the ID, the title, the price, the rating, and image. That's what we're trying to destructure right here. So it will be ID, title, image, price, and of course the rating. So we're trying to destructure that and then add it inside our product info div. And in here we will be adding also the product price, and that will be um, class name, and then product underscore price. There you go. And then of course we have small to represent the dollar sign for our price, and then strong element for the actual price. There we go, price. And of course another div for the rating. There you go, div. And class name of this should be product underscore rating. Okay, and inside here we're going to iterate or use the array to like display a star or an asterisk. So that will be array and then rating, and then we're going to be using the fill method and then map. Okay, open parenthesis, and then inside here we will be adding the star or the asterisk symbol. And right after that, right here will be the image. So we're gonna be adding the image right here, and we don't want to forget the alt text for our image. And then of course we need to add the button for our add to cart. So that will be add to basket. Okay, so save. But before that, we need to export this. Export default and then product. Okay, so save, and then inside our home.js file, we need to import the product component. So import um, product from uh, product. Okay, and product is not defined. We need to refresh this. Hard reload. Okay, so we have this particular display right now. We don't have the CSS yet. So for now, let's just add the CSS for our product. So that will be product.css. And inside here, we're going to be adding the product and then display flex. Flex direction will be column, and then max height 400 pixels, min width 100 pixels, and then margin, we'll be adding margin 40 or maybe 10 pixels, and background color will be white. There you go. Z index will be 1 with maybe 100%, and adding the padding, which is 20 pixels, and of course to justify our content, so we're going to be adding the justify content and then flex and so for our product rating, uh, let's just add display flex. For our product info, product underscore underscore info, we'll be adding the height, 100 pixels, and margin bottom will be 15 pixels. There you go. And product price, let's just say 5 pixels, and then the product underscore, greater than sign, and then image. We'll be setting the size of this, so 100%. Max height will be 200 pixels, and then object fit will be contained, and then margin bottom will be 15 pixels. Okay, and of course we need to add styling to our product button to have a similar feel for our similar feel with our login and sign up button. So what we can do is target the product and then button. So background color will be F0 C14B, and then border will be 1 pixel solid, and then the border color will be um, A88, and then 734, and then 9C7E31, and the last value will be 84 6A, and then 29. So save our product.css, and of course we need to import that from product.css. So what we can do here is import and then um, product.css. So save, and we should be getting this particular output right here. Let's resize this. So what we have is this, where we can see the product of our uh, the product component. And once we add more products to this, or yeah, what we can do is try to add more product. For example, let's just copy and paste this for now. So save. Okay, so there you go. And add another one. We will be getting like 3 um, products displayed inside our homepage. So what we can do now is to make the display a bit better by having it side by side. So let's try to change our styling. Home. So I think we need to add another one here for our home.css. So that will be home underscore underscore row. And of course, the style for that will be display flex, and then z index equals 1, and then margin right will be 5 pixels, and margin left will be 5 pixels. So save this and refresh our page. Okay, we're not getting the desired output. Home row. So where is this home? Div. There you go. Inspect, and then empty cache and reload. We have the home row right here, row. Okay, but we're not getting the CSS. So home row, we don't have the CSS. That's because I think we did not add or import the CSS right here. So that's home.css. So save, and we should be getting this particular output right here. Okay, so now we have this output where we can see the banner image like have the gradient effect, as you can see here. And then we also have products sitting side by side or like displaying like a row of products. But as you can see, we can change the image for this. We can change the size, or I mean the price. We can also change the what do you call this, rating for a certain product. So for example, the price for the first one will be 21.95. The second will be 11.96. The third one will be, for example, 15, 15.60. And the rating is 5. Rating for this is 3, and the rating is like 5 for this. So save, and of course it will update the price 21.95. The rating is 3, rating is 4, and of course you can change the image of this. Let's try to search for an image, Amazon image or Amazon website. Um, let's check for the Amazon products so that we could, add the image to our um, website. Okay, so for example, this one, see details. Okay, okay, we can copy this, go back to our code editor, and try to update, and also the file, or I mean the title of our product. Uh, for example, this one. So save, and we should now be getting the updated version like this one. So Samsung T7 portable SSD 2 terabytes up to 1050 megapixels or megabytes per seconds. And then we have this image, and of course you can add more. Um, you can change more image like this. Just copy and paste that. Replace our image right here. There you go. Save. Uh, save. There you go. Pasted. And let's try to see our product. So as you can see here, we have now the updated images and title for our product. So as you can see, we have added a product component right here. And then based on this particular product component, we have added different variations like different product image, different product price, and different product title. Okay, this is what we have so far in our e-commerce website. We have the header, we have the banner image, and we already have the products displayed right here, where we can also add more products to this, like more rows where we can find more products. So in order for us to do that, let's just add um, like inside our home.js, we have here the home row element that we have added from the previous tutorial. By the way, if you have missed that, then you can go ahead and watch that video first before proceeding to this video tutorial. Now, what we can do here is try to add more products. What we can do is just copy and paste this right here, and instead of having 3 products, we could add more like 4. So save this, and it should update our website where we can see more products. And this is the second row of products that we can see inside our website or app. Now, as I've said from the previous tutorial, the product component is totally customizable, which means that you can change the title, the product price, the review stars, or how many, or like how many reviews, or I mean the what they call this calculated rating of a particular product. So for example, 3, we have 5 or 5 or 4. It depends on what you want to add here. And of course, if you want to also add another row or another row of products, maybe a row with 2 side-by-side product, you can always do that by just using our home row element, and we can just copy 2 products right here, paste that, and it should reflect here in our app just like that. And of course, in this video, we're going to like add a functionality to our Amazon app, where if we click on this add to basket, it should update the number of, you know, number here, which signifies the number of products inside our basket or cart, right? So what we can do is maybe add a what they call this checkout page. We can add a checkout page also, and yeah, that's what we will try to do here inside our application. So for now, let's go to our source and let's add a checkout page. So every time we go here, checkout, we should have um, the items added to our cart or number of, you know, the products. We can view the products added to the cart. So what we can do is try to create the checkout component. So in our src folder, click on this to create a new file. So this will be checkout.js, and we should be uh, adding also the checkout.css so that we could add the styling. So function and then checkout, open and close curly braces, and also we're going to import the React from React. Okay, and here we'll just try to return first an h1, and let's say checkout. Okay, save, and we need to import the checkout CSS, so that will be checkout.css, and in our home.js or app.js, instead of having only the header, we will be adding the checkout component, and of course we need to add that here, checkout. Okay, checkout, and also here for importing the checkout component. So attempted import, that's because we need to export the default of our component. So export default and then checkout component. Okay, save, and we should be getting this output. Now inside here in our checkout page, um, we need to add a div with the class name checkout, and what we can do is try to divide this page left and right, so there will be elements placed on the left side and also on the right side of the page. So what we can do is add another element right here, and this should be checkout left. So all the elements of the left side of the screen should be inside here. And of course, we can do the same for the right side by adding another element, class name, checkout right. Okay. So obviously, all the elements that we want to display on the right side of the screen will be inside this particular element. Okay. Now, what we can do here for now, let's just add a dummy text. So h2, and then it should have a class name of checkout title. Okay, there you go. And you can say here your shopping basket is empty. Okay, and then paragraph, you have just this is we want to display this if we don't have an element or we don't have products added to the cart. So you have no items in your basket by one. Okay, so for the right section of our page, we will display the subtotal. So that will be subtotal. So this will be another component, and we need to create this because we don't have the subtotal component right here. Okay, so that will be subtotal.js, and of course we need to add a functional component right here. Function subtotal, open and close curly braces, where we will be adding the value of um, all the products that we have added to the cart. So for now, let's just add a simple display. This will be class name and then subtotal. And of course, we need to import React from React. There you go. And then also we need to import the currency formatter. So import currency format. We're going to be using this to format our price from React currency format. There you go. And remember, we installed this during the setup of our product, or I mean app. Okay, so subtotal, and then we can say here um, we can add a button right here first. So proceed to checkout. Okay, and right here we can add the currency format, but we'll just leave it for now. And we need to export this. Export default subtotal. Okay, save. And we need to import that from here. So import subtotal. Okay, save. Subtotal is not defined. Let's just refresh our page. Nothing was returned from render. Subtotal. Okay, so subtotal. This should have the return statement, open and close, parentheses, and then save. There you go. We now have this particular display, but we need to add the CSS file for our checkout.css. I mean, we'll be adding the CSS styling for our checkout page. So checkout and then display flex, and then the padding is 20 pixels, and then background color will be white, and then height is max content, and then checkout underscore underscore title. This will be margin right 10 pixels. We also have padding 10 pixels. Border bottom will be 1 pixels. Solid and then light gray. And of course, we will add this particular element, checkout add. So this is responsible for displaying the sample ad that we will be adding to our website. So margin bottom will be 10 pixels. So save this, and we should have this particular output right here for our checkout page. Okay, so what else? Um, we have the login, right? We have the home right here, and we also have the checkout where we will be uh, seeing all the products that has been added to the basket or the cart. Okay, so I think what we can do now is set up the Firebase. So for example, here, login, in order for us to have a working sign in and sign up um, form, we need to set up the Firebase. So what we can do is go to Firebase, for example. Okay, so for example, here we are at console.firebase.com or google.com, and then you can see overview of your projects right here. So what we can do is click on this add project, and then we will be adding, so for example, Amazon clone as the project name, and click on continue. And we could disable this and enable Google Analytics for this project. We're not gonna use Analytics for our project, and then click on this create project, and you just have to wait for a few seconds to allow the Firebase to set up our project. And of course, we will download a file right here from here, and then we'll be using that inside our Amazon clone application. So your new project is ready, and then click on continue. Okay, so we have here different features available for us in Firebase. What we could do is click on this icon for adding an app as a web. So we could name our app as Amazon clone, but you can use any name that you want. Um, if you want to set up Firebase hosting, you can do that, but for now, let's just uncheck that and then register app. Okay, so we'll just wait for a few seconds. Okay, and then take note of this particular values right here. We could copy and paste this. Okay, maybe we could save this later on. Uh, we could open up this notepad and then save our configuration or config file. Okay, so click on continue to console. Okay, and then here in our authentication, just click on this authentication and then set up sign in method. So what we'll be using is email and password. So enable and then click on save. I think if you want to set up also, for example, the phone, signing in by using phone, signing in by your Google account, Facebook account, GitHub account, you can do that. But for now, email and password will be enough for our project. Okay, so um, right now, what we can do is try to set up our project in order to communicate with this particular Firebase project that we have here. So let's go back to our code editor, and what we can do here is add a new file. So this will be firebase.js. There you go. And of course, we need to import Firebase from Firebase, and we install this Firebase during the setup of our project. So const and then Firebase app equals Firebase and then initialize app, open parenthesis, and then open close curly braces. And inside here, what we could do is copy and paste this, the API key, domain, database URL, project ID, storage bucket, and sender ID and app ID. So we could just copy and paste this. Okay, there you go. And in here, we can try to define a constant variable, which is for our DB. So Firebase app, and then Firestore, open and close parentheses, and then of course for our authentication, we're going to be using this constant Firebase, and then there you go, open close, and then we need to export this, export, open and close curly braces, db, and then of course the auth variable. Okay, so save this, and inside our app.js, we're going to set up our user authentication and of course maybe the access to our Firebase database. as we will be creating the context API for this, or in simple terms, the data layer for our e-commerce website, where we will try to push and pull data from that data layer. So for example, if we click on the add to basket button, we will push data to that particular data layer, and then in our, for example, here in the basket, we will be getting or pulling the data from that data layer and display the number of items that has been added into the cart. And also we could try to check, for example, here in our checkout page, the products that has been added to the cart. So this is, as I've said, this is a bit crucial video, but if you want to follow along with this tutorial, we will be creating all the necessary files, all the necessary code for us to create that particular data layer. So again, this is we're going to be using Context API for this, and this is quite similar to Redux, as if you're familiar with Redux. So in here, in this video, we're going to create the state provider. So we need to create a new file here. So this will be state provider.js, and in here we need to import React, and then also we need create context, and then use context. Let's close this Explorer for now. So context, and then use reducer. And then from React, and then export const state context equals create context. Okay, and then in here we need to build the provider. Export const state provider equals, and then in here we need to add reducer initial state, and children. Okay, and then open and close parentheses, and then inside will be adding in state context, and then that provider, then value equals the use reducer function, and reducer comma and initial state. Okay, and in here we're going to add the children. So basically, guys, we're just doing what we're doing here is just defining the state the provider, and we're going to enclose our components later on by this provider, and it should render all the children that we have enclosed in this particular provider. And this is how we can use it inside of a component. Okay, so export const, and then use state value, and then use context, and then state context. So I'll be giving an example later on how we can use this inside of a particular component, but the structure will be like this. Okay, so again, in this line we're just doing preparing the data layer. Okay, and here or the function of or the purpose of this particular lines right here is to wrap our components and provide the provider. Okay, so that's how this particular snippets work. So in here we're just preparing the data layer, and the purpose of this code or line of codes, we're just wrapping our components and provide the provider. So basically later on we will be wrapping our app by this state provider, and it should render all the components that we have inside our app, and this is how we can use it inside our components. Okay, and what we could do now is save this file and go back to our Project Explorer and add another file, which is reducer.js. But before that, let's open up our index.js, and then here we're going to add the state provider. Okay, and we should enclose our app component right here, and of course we're going to provide the initial state equals, in the curly braces, initial state, and of course we also need to supply the reducer. Okay, so if we save this right now, it's going to complain because we right now we don't have the initial state and the reducer file created. So what we could do is add a reducer file. So click on the Project Explorer and create a new file, which is reducer.js. So that will be reducer.js. And the purpose of reducer is it will just help us to push, or our action to push data to our data layer. So basically it will help us to manipulate data inside our data layer, especially the pushing of data. Now what we could do here, because currently our app is complaining that we don't have the initial state and we don't have the reducer. So for now, let's just add a constant right here, and let's just name it as initial state, and then equal sign, and it should have the initial state of our basket. So the initial state of our basket will be empty, of course, and we need to import this. So that's index.js, there you go, and we need to import coming from the reducer file. So initial state, okay, we now have this particular complaint that reducer is not defined. So what we could do is define our reducer. So that would be const reducer, and then it's going to take two arguments, state, or the initial state of our app, and then the action, and open and close curly braces. And in here, we're gonna add a switch statement, and this will make sense later on if we are on our product component. But for now, let's just follow this particular lines. So case, we're gonna be adding a case here. Add to basket. Okay, and then if the action type is equal to add to basket, then we need to return something. So return, and then open, close curly braces, and then of course we need to return the state of our app, and then we need also to modify the basket. So what we could do is take the state of our basket, right, and then add the item that is with the action. So basically what we're trying to do here is every time we click on the add to basket icon or add to basket button, it should send the action here, which is, for example, add to basket. And what we could do after the user clicks on that, we return the state, and then we modify the basket, returning the state of our basket and adding the item that is with the action. Okay, and then what we could do is export this reducer, export default reducer, right, and we could import the reducer right here, and yeah, we need to make sure that it is reducer, and there you go. We have the working app. It's not complaining about initial state and reducer anymore. So right now, if we click on the add to basket button, it's not connecting to our reducer. That's because in our product component, we don't have the on click action right here. So what we could do is add that on click action. So product, that's product.js, and in here we could add the on click event. So on click, and then the function that will be called every time we click on this particular button. So this will be add to basket. Okay, and of course we need to add this particular function. So that will be right here, and then cons add to basket. Okay, open and close curly braces, and of course the type of our action, because this is add to basket, so this will be add to basket right here, and then comma, and then we're going to add the item. So the item consists of ID, ID, and then title of the product, image, price, and of course the rating of our product. So save, and it's complaining about syntax error, unexpected token, okay, so we need to add dispatch to this. So basically every time we click on the add to basket icon or button, we're dispatching an event to our reducer. So that will be dispatch, and then open and close parentheses. Okay, and then we need also curly braces right here, and also here. Okay, so again, the purpose of this is every time we click on this button, add to basket, it should dispatch an event to our reducer, and the type will be add to basket as we have here. It should be the same, and the dispatch event also contains the item. So it includes the ID, the title of the product, the image, the price, the rating, and so on. Now, what we could do is add also the use state value, and that will be square brackets and then basket, and then we need to add the dispatch right here equals use state value. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're just destructuring the state of our data layer, and we're getting the basket state. And of course we also have this dispatch right here, and the purpose of this is just, every time we click on the button, it should dispatch the event to our reducer. So the way to check this, okay, so we're getting a lot of undefined function right now. So let's try to troubleshoot and let's see what happens here. So at the basket, and of course we need to close this use state value. Okay, so there you go. So now what we could do is check every time we click on the add to basket button. So what we could do is, in our reducer, we could add a console log here, and for example the action. Let's just try that. Save this and let's inspect and open our console, and let us see what we will be getting here. So add to basket, and we're getting the error, failed to execute dispatch event. Parameter 1 is not of type event. So we need to check here. Okay, so this is not dispatch event but only dispatch. Okay, dispatch, save, and refresh our app and click add to basket, and there you can see we now have an item to our basket, and we have dispatched the add to basket event, and of course we have added this particular item to our data layer, or in other words, into our basket. And also inside our product.js, we are getting the basket state. So what we could do is try to check if we are getting the item also inside our product.js component. So what we could do here is display the items inside the basket. So basket content. Okay, and then the basket itself. To save, and every time we click the add to basket, we should be getting basket content, and now we have two items inside our basket. And if we click add to basket, another add to basket item, so we will be getting another item, so 4 and then 5. So basically our reducer, our dispatch event is working because we now have more items to our basket every time we click on the add to basket button. So from the previous tutorial, we have laid the foundation for our context API, where we could push information or push an item to our cart or push our item into our data layer. And of course, after pushing that item or data to our data layer, then we could pull that data. Perhaps you could add the value of that. So for example, the total of items to this figure right here. So the number of items inside our basket. Now what we could do is try to edit our page. And for example, we don't need the prime section. So let's just delete this. Okay. And let's try to preview. And there you go. We still have this good looking user interface for our e-commerce website. And obviously we just remove the prime section right here, and what we have left is the sign in for the user. For example, we're going to display the name of the user that is currently logged in into our Amazon website or e-commerce website. And then we're trying to display the orders right here, and also the basket, shopping basket, and of course the number of items inside that particular shopping basket. So for example, we can change this. So for example, this is not basket count. This is product count. There you go. And also we need to change this in our CSS file. So product count, and then we're going to go to the home.css, header.css, and we should be replacing this basket count. Instead of basket count, we're gonna use the product count, because actually that is not basket count. It should be product count, because we're trying to count the number of products inside the basket. Okay, so from here we can try to pull the data coming from our data layer. So what we have here is the static number 2, but what we could do is try to get the value coming from our data layer. So here what we could do is deconstruct the state coming from our data layer. So that will be, for example, basket. Okay, and then later on we will be using also the users. For example, we want to know, or we want to track the user that is currently logged in. And of course, again, we need the dispatch right here, and the keyword use state value. Okay, and of course we can try to log the basket right here. Okay, so save, and let's try this. Use state value is not defined. We need to import that from our provider. So state provider, there you go. And so React, and we need to fresh, and we're getting this error. The console is now a function. So console.lag, save, and what we could do is try to open our console and try to see the output of the basket. So where is it? Basket. Let's add a string before the basket. My basket, and then comma, save, and then let's try to see the content of our basket. So currently we don't have item in our basket. So what we could do is click any of this button, add to cart or add to basket. So my basket now has one item, 121314, and what we could do is try to add another one. So add to basket, and there should be, we click that. Okay, so my basket, and in here still have one. Here we now have 3 items inside our basket. The same ID, we can later change this if we want to have a unique ID for each of our product inside our e-commerce website. Now what we could use to display the number of items inside our here, I mean the figure for number of items for the basket, we can use the length, or I mean the size of our basket state or basket array that we have here. So in order for us to do that, we need to use the basket. And anyway, if you want to use different constant, you can also do that right here. But in our case right now, we can use this basket. But as I've said, if you want to use another constant for that, you can use another constant. For now, we'll just get the length, and basically we're just getting the number of items inside our basket. And if we save this, notice that we will have problems later on if we don't have items. Okay, there are cases that the basket is empty, and that's why we need a question mark right here. Okay, so basket, question mark, and that length, and this is for safety purposes. For example, the basket is equal to null or empty, so we will be getting an error if we don't have the question mark symbol right here. So if we do that, let's try to refresh our page. So currently we're having 0 items, but if we click any of the add to cart or add to basket, so it should update the number of item. There you go, and we're getting like 5. That's because we now have 5 items inside our basket. Okay, that's how the data layer of Context API provider works. Now what we could do is try to add a footer inside our website. So we have the header right here, but we don't have the footer, and let's try to copy what the actual website looks. So it looks like this, and it has a footer. Okay, so we can try to copy this. So let's create a new file inside our source folder, and then we'll name this as footer.js. And of course, in order for us to add styling to this, we can also add the footer.css file. Footer.css. There you go. And in here, we can try to add a functional component, and that will be the footer, just like what we have in our header like this. Okay, so function footer, and then open. And of course, we need to import the React from React, just like this, and then we can export default, and then the footer. Okay, so we can resize this and open our Okay, so make this on the right side, or place it on the right side of our screen, and the code is on the left side. There we go. So we can see the update here in our e-commerce website. So as I've said, we're going to be adding footer to this. So that will be from the app.js. So right here we have the header, the home, and then of course we're going to add the footer. So that will be footer. Okay, save, and we need to return something inside our footer. So what we could do is return something like this. Return, and then close this. And maybe instead of nav, we're going to use div. Okay. And for now, let's just display a simple string inside our footer area. So save, and there you go. We now have the footer area. So what we could do is add a class name for our footer. So this will be class name, and then we could say footer area. There you go. And we can have a similar layout to this. So for example, the footer area occupies the entire width of our screen. But what we could do is also try to like copy the style of this, like the links sits in the middle of the screen. So we can add the color. For example, let's just select the color of the footer. So this will be the first one. Let's just copy the first one. Where is it? Anyways, what we could do is just try to copy this. I think that's the right background color. Okay, so let's just copy this background color and apply that to our footer. So that will be footer.css, and we're going to target the footer area. So footer area, and then background color, and that will be this. And of course we need to set the size. Okay, for example, width is 100%, height, minimum height will be perhaps 200 pixels. Okay, so footer area, and this should be footer area. Okay, so save, and we're not getting the background of our footer, and that's because we need to add the CSS or import the CSS coming from our CSS file. So that will be import, and then footer.css. Save, and there you go. We now have the footer area that spans across the width of our screen. And of course we can set the color of the text. So for example, we're going to be using white, maybe white smoke, and save, and we now have this footer area. But as I've said, we're going to copy the way this is being laid out, the footer, where the links is aligned on the center of the screen, and maybe we can add also this particular area right here. Okay, so footer.js, what we could do is add another div right here, and this will be footer area and then top. Okay, so copy this and apply CSS rules to this. Footer area top, and then we could say background color. Don't know exactly the color of that, so let's try this. Save, and we don't get the output that we want. Min height, for example, 60 pixels. Okay, footer area top, and in here we can say like for example a paragraph, back to top or something. So save, and we're getting this particular output right here. So what we could do is try to align our items. So justify content center, align items center. So save, and we could display flex. We're gonna use that, so we now have this particular output, and we could remove the footer text. So footer area, we could remove this. So back to top, and of course we need a similar background to this. So this one, this is okay. So footer area top, and this should be the background color. And oh no, it's not the same color. So let's try this one more time, and we should be getting the color. Where is it? Anyway, we could use similar color. For example, we need to have the lighter one. Color. Okay, so for example, there you go. So say or copy and paste that, and then save, and hopefully it will update. So there you go. We have the footers, back to top section, and then of course we can add the links right here below this back to top text. So what we could do is add another div into our footer area. So this will be div, and then the class name is footer area links, of course, and we can try to add, for example, right now let's just add a span right here, test, and inside our footer area footer.css we can add the CSS rules, and we could say the width of this will be, for example, 70% of the width of the of our screen, and we can say margin is auto, then save. Okay,
So now our one of the links that we have added, which is for now the test, is positioned somewhere like it added margins to left portion of the screen. And later on, if we add more items to this, maybe links to the right side, then it's going to add also margins to the right side. So actually we could do that. For example, let's just add to footer footer area links, and this will be another div, and this will be class name, and then footer area underscore, and then we could say link area. Okay, so actually this is not part of the functionality of the e-commerce that we want, and this is just an add-ons if you want to add a footer to your e-commerce website. So footer area, link area, and we will add here a span element, and we could copy and paste this like 4 times. 1 2 3 4, there you go. So 4 times, save, and yeah, we need content text, test 1, test 2, and this will be test 3, test 4, and then save. Okay, so now what we could do is try to add CSS rules to this. So display flex, and then display the direction, or flex direction will be inline. What are the other options? Row, and then align items, center, and then justify content, we could say space evenly, and then save. And there you go, we now have areas for our footer for links, like the first one, the second, the third column, and the fourth column. So again, this is not directly part of the Amazon e-commerce website that we want, but this is just an add-on, and something if you want to add footer to your e-commerce website, you can do so. And also you can add links to this, for example, about us, careers, about our e-commerce website, and many other links that you want to add to your e-commerce website. So in the next tutorial, or in the next video, we're going to fix this particular page, because currently even if we're adding items to our basket, we still can't see the items right here. So there are 3 items right here, but it says here that our basket is empty. And in this video, we're going to add more features to our e-commerce website. And of course, this is a custom e-commerce website, and we're going to be adding a lot of features. So for example, I see that the Amazon website has this menus right after the header. So in this video, we're going to add that. This links right here, we could add that here in our Amazon clone for like an e-commerce website. So we're going to add links here just below the header section of our app or our website. So in order for us to do that, we could add the links. Maybe we will be just using the header component right here, and just below the nav, or you know what, we could create a new file for our nav links. So what we could do is add a new file right here, and we're going to name it as navlinks. There you go, navlinks.js. And of course, we're going to add another file, which is the navlinks.css. There you go. Now, what we could do here is add the component that will hold all these links right here. So we have a semi-black background, and we can just copy this color right here, or the background color itself. So what we could do is add a functional component right here. So that will be function and then navlinks, open and close parentheses, and open and close curly braces. And then of course we need to import React because we're gonna be using JSX here, and this should return a set of element. So for example, let's just add h1 for now. And of course we need to import the CSS file, so that will be navlinks.css. there you go. And inside the h1, let's say for example navlinks for now. So save, and inside our app.js, we're going to right after the header part, we're going to import the navlinks. We're going to be adding the navlinks right here. So I think we need to export this. So export default, and then of course navlinks. There you go. And inside our app.js, we're going to be using that export. So navlinks, open single component tag navlinks, and then we can save this. And let's try to check our application. So navlinks is not defined. That's because we need to import this. Import navlinks from, and this will be from navlinks, of course. Save, and we should be getting this particular output right here. As you can see, navlinks. Now, what we will try to do is try to copy the color of this particular element right here, coming from the Amazon website. So we could just select this particular element, for example this. So main nav, and we should be able to get the background of this. So the background is this. Okay, so what we could do here in our navlinks, we can add a div, and this should be of class name navlinks. There you go. And the navlinks will be will have this particular color. Okay. Copy that and paste it here. Save, and for example test. Save, and let's try to preview our app. So we're getting this particular output right here, but let's try to check if we could get the height. So 39px, so that will be height is 39 pixels. So save, and there you go. And of course we need to change the color of the text, like for example white. Okay, so test, and of course inside our navlinks we will create another element, or add another element that will try to position our elements or links. Okay, so for example we have this just below the search icon that we have, or search bar that we have. So for example, okay, so what we could do is name this div, or add name to this div. So this will be navlinks __ outer, and the outer link or element will be with we're gonna be adding a position to this. or yeah, we could add the width. So for example, width, we could change it into, for example, 70% of the width of our screen. And of course, we can add a margin auto to this. There you go. And as you can see, it moves our text right here. Okay. Now, what we could do also, okay. So what we could do is add padding to this, padding to our nav links. So padding, and then perhaps 5 pixels will be enough. Okay. So, or maybe 6. Let's make it 6. There you go. And then of course this should be link, right? So let's try this. Link. Okay. And we should place the test bird inside the link component. So save. And we're getting this particular output right here. Now, if you try to inspect this and see the output for this particular component, so as you can see here, we have nav links underscore underscore outer, and then we're getting the A, or the what do you call this, link tag. Now what we could do is target that link tag. So it will be nav links, and then outer, and then of course the link component. And what we could do is try to change the color into something white, white smoke, and text decoration is none, and cursor will be pointer. So save that, and there you go, we're getting this particular output. And of course what we could do is take this further by adding a hover effect to this, and we can say that the border of this link will be white. So that will be border, and then 1px solid, and then for example white. Save that, and let's go back to our app. Okay, what we could do now is add padding to this, 5px. Okay, and we could change the border radius. So border radius will be, for example, 4 pixels, to have that like rectangular with curve edges, not the straight edges, as you can see here, just like what we have in the real Amazon website. So also we could add a margin to this. So margin top will be 5 pixels. Okay, there you go. We could add that here. So yeah, margin top will be 5 pixels. No, not like that. Let's just add this from here. So margin top will be 10px. Okay. Okay. So notice that the real Amazon website has this like space between, or space before and after the link. So what we could do is try to copy that. Okay. So margin top, that will be what we could do here is add another div to hold our links. Okay, so div, and then let's give this a name. Footer. It's not footer. We're not on the footer area. So it should be nav links, right? So nav links, inside here, we're going to add another div. And this will be, okay. So that's why we're not getting the output. Let's try this once again. Save. And nav links outer. Class name. Okay. So add another div, and this will be class name equals nav links underscore underscore inner. Okay, and then we could place this link inside here and add margin to that. So that will be nav links. Instead of outer, it should be inner. Open and close curly braces, and we can add here the margin tab, for example 10 pixels. Let's try that, and it's too much. 5. Okay, there you go. A bit better than before. Okay, and what we could do also is add the border to our default link, and then let's say the color of this is like that. Okay, so like we have a fixed position for our text. So for example, we're going to copy the link or the text right here. So for example, today's deals. Okay, let's just have this for now. And later on, we could add the functionality to sign in and sign up into our application or e-commerce website. So let's just copy and paste this. And what we could do is change the link or the text of the link into customer service, for example. And gift cards. And this will be registry. And sell. So again, we're gonna be adding a lot of features to our application, and if you want to like follow our video tutorial, you can do so, and maybe we can add margin to the right of our link. So that will be margin right. Let's say 10 pixels. Save. Okay. So it should be the same with our background. There you go. So like that. And maybe reduce the margin like 3 or 3. Okay. So there you go. Now we have this links just below our header component. Now, as I've said, we can try to work with our login or sign up feature. So in here, we could specify the email and then password. And then right after that, we could click on sign in. And then we can try to track the login user right after that. But the user has also the option if he will specify the email here and of course the password, and then he can create the account right inside our application or e-commerce website. So what we could do is work with this login component. As you can see here, we have the login component, login.js, right? So in here, we're going to be adding a lot of logic, especially for logging into our system. And basically, from the previous tutorial, we have worked with the data layer. And of course, we can use that data layer inside this particular component, login.js. And of course, this time, instead of the basket, we could try to track the user that has been logged into our system. So what we could do now is go back to our reducer.js, and currently we're just tracking the basket or the items inside our basket. Now what we could add here is another state, and this will be logged in user. Okay, and we will be setting this to null. So this is the initial state of our logged in user. So of course, if the user, once our application starts, then we will be the state of the login user will be null. Now inside our reducer constant, as you can see here, we could add another case right here. So this will be case set login. Okay, and then right after that, if we receive this particular set login action, we're gonna be returning the user state. So that will be whatever our state, and then we're going to change the logged in user. So that will be logged in user, and then of course action and the user that has been added to the action. So we could try this, and this will make sense later on if we are in our login.js component. So save our reducer first, and let's try to open up our login.js, and inside here we're gonna be adding the login function, that every time we click on this particular sign in, we're going to call the sign in with email and password of the Firebase database. So that will be inside our login login button. Then what we could do here is call a function. So we could add here on click, and then we could name this as login user. So of course it's going to complain. That's because we need to add this particular constant function right here just before returning any element or returning any JSX. So that will be const login user, and then equals event equals curly braces. There you go. And we're going to prevent the default behavior of our submit button. So that will be event dot prevent default. Okay. What we could do is use the auth that we are getting from our Firebase file. As you can see here, let's just check that. So we have here the auth constant, so we could use that. So what we could do is import and then the auth from Firebase. There we go. And then in here, what we could do is use that particular component and then call the sign in with email and password. Okay, and then we need to specify here the email and the password. So email and password. Okay, and of course we need to have a state right here. So we're going to be adding here the state email, and then set email. Yeah, or maybe we could use like user email and set user email equals use state. There we go. and then we could do the same for our password. So user password, and then set user password, just like that. And of course we're going to be using use state here, and of course we need to import this from React, so that will be use state. Okay, and inside our login function we're going to add the then keyword, and then of course whatever the result of this sign in with email and password, and then arrow function, and then curly braces, and of course we're going to redirect to the home page if the sign in with email and password is successful. Okay, so if something happens with our logic right here, what we could do is add an alert. So alert, and then e.message. Okay, so here we could also add the history. That's because we need to import that coming from our React Router DOM. So that will be const history, and then equals use history. Okay, so this is coming from our React Router DOM. So history and use history, and I think what we could do is try to test this for now. By the way, we need to add the event handler for if our user tries to type in the email and password. So the value of this will be the user email. So user, and then email, and then on change will be event equals, and then set user email, and we're going to get the event dot target dot value. Okay, and then the type is email. Okay, and we will do the same for our password. So the value of this will be user password, and then the event is on change equal curly braces, much the same with our email. So that will be set user password, and then we're going to get the event, and then target, and then the value of that particular target element. Okay, so I think that's it, and let's just try this. Save our file login.js, and email and password not defined. Okay, so that's because we need to specify here the user email, and this is user password. Save, and refresh our page, and in here what we could do is type in our email. So for example, testuser1 at gmail.com, and then the password will be 12131415, and then sign in, and there is no user record corresponding to this identifier. The user may have been deleted. So this is a response coming from our database, Firebase database to be exact. And if you try to visit our project in Firebase, okay, so if we go to authentication, and in here we don't have any users yet. So what we could do is add also the sign up for our application. So every time the user clicks on the sign up, then it will create a user right here in our Firebase database. So that will be, we will be creating another on-click event right here. So on-click, this will be for the sign up, right? So this will be a sign up user, and of course we need to define that function. So cons, and then sign up user plus event, and then open and close curly braces. And in here, what we could do is try to prevent the default behavior of the button, and we can use the auth component coming from our Firebase object. So create user with email and password. So we're gonna be adding a user using the email and their password. So of course we need to specify the user user email, there you go, and of course the user password right here, there you go. And right here we could add it then block. So what we could do is use the auth and then open curly braces, open and close curly braces, and of course we can try to redirect to the home page of our app. So that will be /, and in here we're gonna add the catch statement just like this. You could copy and paste this, okay, and then save. And yeah, I think that's it. And of course we can try to preview this. Okay, there you go. Okay, so that will be test 1. This is just to test the user component, or I mean the user sign up component. So test12@gmail.com, and then we're gonna add a password, for example 121 again 12131415. Okay, and then create your Amazon account, and let's see, there you go. So it redirected us to the home page of our application, and we should be able to if the sign up is successful, then we should be able to have the user right here. Okay, so test12@gmail.com, and we now have a new user with this particular email that we have used to sign up inside our application. So for now, for example, we want to log into our system. As you can see, we can redirect to log in to homepage without problems, because we're not restricting currently the user movement or the user pages. So we need to do that in the next video tutorial. So for now, let's try to log in by using this particular email. So test12@gmail.com, and of course the password that we have specified earlier to sign up, and then click on sign in. If we are getting this particular page, then it means that we have successfully created a user, and we can successfully log into our system by using that particular combination of email and password. So I think that's all there is to it in this video, guys, and that's a lot to take in, I know, but if as you go along with this tutorial, you will learn that it is not that easy, it is not that hard to learn this particular component of our e-commerce website. So again, if you have questions regarding our video tutorial, you can ask questions in the comment section below. And of course, we are placing, or we are adding the link to the GitHub, the source of this particular project, so you can check on that whatever your problems, you can try to check it and copy the correct code that we have been using inside our e-commerce website. So there's a lot of features that we could add here inside our application. I'm planning to add also a search and filter. For example, to click, if you click on this links, so for example, customer service, then we will be redirected to that particular page. And also we could add a category right here, that if you click on that particular category, then it will display all the products under that category. And of course, guys, we already have added the footer from the previous tutorial, and you can enhance this. You can make use of this to add more links to your e-commerce website. So in this video, guys, we're gonna be working with our checkout page, and currently we now have this display. Your shopping basket is empty, and then we have also display on the right side, which is a button that says proceed to checkout. So we're going to add features to our checkout page, and of course we're gonna start with using the state of our data layer. So that will be constant, and then basket, and of course we're gonna use the use state value. Okay, and then of course we need to import this from our state provider, so that will be import something from our state provider. So use state value. There you go. And of course we're going to add another component to this checkout page, so that will be product checkout or product cart from product cart. So basically we will create this particular component product cart because we don't have this particular component yet. So let's go to our source folder and then create product cart .js, and of course we need to add CSS file. So product cart.css. Okay, and let's go back to our checkout.js file, and in here we're gonna try to use this particular state basket inside this particular page, and we will be adding conditional rendering. So here on the left side of the page, we're gonna check if the basket is empty or if the basket has items in it or something. So that will be basket, and then we're just checking the length of our basket. Length equals to 0. Then we will say here we will try to display that the basket is empty or not. The basket is empty. So your shopping basket is empty and you have no items in your basket. Buy one for now. And otherwise, we're going to display the product cart that we have added. So we have added this particular product cart, and then we're going to display all the products inside this particular basket. Okay, so that will be, we're gonna be adding another div here. There you go. And here we're gonna say we're gonna add h2.
So items in the basket. Okay, and then we're gonna add class name to this. So for example, let's say shopping basket title. Okay, and inside here we're gonna let our product cart display in this particular area. So what we can do is use the basket and then map, and then of course we're gonna use the each item in this particular basket. Okay, and then here we will be using the product cart component that we have created or actually added. So product cart, and this is just a component that will hold all the information. Basically we're trying to display the info of the product. So for example, the ID, let's just copy and paste this, and then in here we need to add the title. This is for the image, this is for the price, this is for the rating, and of course we need to change this: price, image, and then title of our product. So again, we need to define the product card for now because this is empty, and we need to add, you know, functional component into this particular file. So first off, let's import React from React, and then function product cart, open and close, and then open and close curly braces, and we need to destructure the props coming from our checkout.js file. Here we're sending props to this particular component, so we can be able to destructure the ID, the title, the image, the price, and of course the rating of our product. And in here we need also to import if we wanna add CSS file to this later on. So product card .css, and also we're gonna be using the use state value from our state provider. So state provider, and in here of course we need access to the basket, and then dispatch, and use state value, and of course we need to have a mechanism. For example, we wanna remove item from the basket inside the checkout page, so we can do that. We can add function to that later on, but for now let's just try to display all the items, or I mean the item coming from the checkout.js file. So we're gonna be adding return here, and then another div, and this is for product card. There you go. And then we're gonna be adding an image element, so that will be last name, and then product card underscore image, and then the source will be coming from our props image, and then we're going to add the alt text. There you go. And we need also to add information div, or the div that will hold the information we got from checkout.page, checkout.js page. So class name, and this will be product cart underscore underscore info, and then for the paragraph, I mean the title, we're gonna be using paragraph for that. So this will hold the title of our product. There you go. And what else? Also the price. So price, and then we're gonna add another div for our rating. So this will be array rating, and then fill, and then map. Okay, arrow function, and we're gonna be adding p to this p tag, and then the star or the asterisk, and of course we're going to add a button that will enable us to remove an item coming from our cart. So remove from basket, remove from the cart, something. Okay, so inside here we're gonna add on click event handler. So remove item. Okay, so remove item, and of course we need to define it here, cons, and then remove item. There you go. And we need to dispatch an event that will be open and close curly braces, and then the type of our event will be remove from basket, and then we're gonna have to this is not basket, remove from cart. Okay, and then we're gonna have to pass the ID of the item. Okay, so okay, now let's try to save this. For the price, we need to add the $sign, save, and product cart does not contain a default export, so we need to add the export statement. So export default, and then product cart. There you go, save, and we should be able to see the items right here. So let's try that. So add to basket, also here add to basket, and add to basket. Maybe later on we will be adding like a display if we successfully added an item to our basket. So for example, the item has been added or something, so maybe we can add that later on. So let's try to check. So now we're getting this particular output right here, where these are all the products that has been added to the cart or the basket inside our e-commerce website. So for now, let's add CSS styles to our checkout product. Okay, so we have here the product cart image, product cart info, and of course we need to add also class name for our title, so we can target that from the product cart.css. So this will be product cart title, and this will be product cart price, and for the rating we can add perhaps product cart underscore rating, and in here inside our product cart.css we're gonna add the CSS styles. So product card, let's try to resize this, and then display flex, and then margin top will be 20 pixels, the margin bottom is 20 pixels. Save. So we have this particular output right now because we use display flex, right? But we're gonna have to add more CSS styles. So product card and then image, we're gonna target the image that has been that is displayed here. So we can say object fit and then contain, and then width will be 180 pixels, or maybe 160. The height will be yeah, 160 pixels also. Okay, let's try to save. There you go, a bit better than earlier. And then what we could do here is add also styles to our title. So the font size will be 16 pixels, and then font weight will be, or for example, 600. Okay, and then we're gonna add styles to our div, which is holding the information of our product. Okay, so product card, there you go. So product card info, and let's just say padding left 20 pixels. Okay, save, and let's see, price. Okay, let's add CSS style to our button also. So product info, so that will be product info, and then the child button. So the background color will be F0C1, and then for B, border 1 pixel, solid. Okay, and margin top 10 pixels, and border color, there you go. So we're gonna have to add 3 values, 734, the second one will be 9C, 7E31, the third will be 84, 6A29. Save this, and product card info, and then the bottom. So product card, so save. So now we have this particular button right here with a semi-yellow background. So what's left is the styling of our p tag. Maybe we can change this into span to avoid adding lines or new lines to the stars. Okay, there you go. So we can see that we have like added CSS to our images, to the title, and of course the prices of maybe adding the border to our image. will make it a bit better. So border, we can say 1 pixel solid and maybe CCC. Okay, so there you go. The image will have a border, semi-black border, and of course we should be adding also the event to the reducer. So if we click on this remove from the cart, it should update also our basket. So in order for us to do that, let's go to our reducer right here, and in the reducer we need to add another case here. So I think we have added remove from cart. So let's try that. Case and then remove from cart, and then in here we need to define the new basket. New cart equals the state of our basket or our state basket, and we need to find the index of the product that we're trying to remove from the basket or from the cart. So index equals state.basket, and then we're gonna find index where basket item, we're gonna search through all the products inside the cart. So if this particular basket item matches the ID that we're trying to add with our action, because as you can see here in our product cart.js, we have added this ID right here. So that's what we're trying to use here inside our reducer. So we're trying to check if the current basket ID equals to action ID. So basically return the index of that particular item. Otherwise, don't do nothing. The next one, if index, we're gonna check if index is greater than or equal to 0, because it won't make sense if the index is -1 or something. So if it is -1 or less than 0, then it means that there's no product with the specified ID. So what we could do is we can try to use the new cart and then splice, meaning we're trying to remove the item in the index and then 1. So as you can see here, the number of elements to remove, and then remove elements from an array, and if necessary insert new elements in their place, returning deleted elements. So for now, let's just specify the index and then the number of items to be deleted. Else you can try to display here console.log and there were errors while removing product from the cart. Okay, and I think that's it. Let's try this. Save our reducer file, and let's remove from the cart, and we're getting this particular output. So cannot read property basket. Let's just refresh this and go back to our home page. Let's try to add the basket, add items to our basket, and click on the cart and remove from the cart button, and we're getting this particular output again. Cannot read property basket of undefined coming from our header file, header.js basket. Let's try this once again. Empty cache and hard reload. Okay. Homepage, and then let's try this. Okay. Add to basket. Add to basket. Add to basket. 3 items, and then remove from cart, and we're getting this particular output once again. So I am going to pause the video and try to figure out the problem with this. Okay, so after debugging, I found a problem. So if we try to add to basket right now, yeah, like 5 items, and then we could try to remove the item from the basket. So now we can remove this without problems. Okay. The problem was this. I forgot, or we forgot to add return statement, updating the state of our basket after removing the product that has the ID coming from our action ID. So that's the problem. You can update your reducer.js file, and from the remove from cart case, then you should have this particular return statement right here. Okay, so I think that's all there is to it in this video, guys, and in the next video we're gonna have we're going to add like the total of items right here, and also trying to restrict the user if he is not logged in, or he is lagged in. So we will be able to see, or the user will be able to see the products, if, or maybe we can try to display here the user once he is logged in. Okay, now in this video, guys, we're gonna be adding the total display. For example, if we add like 3 items in our cart, then we should be able to get the total price of all the products inside our cart. Now what we could do is open up our subtotal file. Okay, and subtotal. Here we have the proceed to checkout. As you can see here, we have proceed to checkout button right here. Now we will be adding elements to this so that we will be able to see the total of items that we have. But for now, let's just open up our checkout.js file, and in here we will be adding more logic, and also we're gonna check if the basket is greater than 0, because if the basket has no items, then there's no point to display this particular component right here. So this is another component, which is the subtotal. Now what we could do is, here we have added this checkout right. Now before displaying this particular component or element, what we could do is check if the element or our basket has items, or has items. So what we could do is open up curly braces, and then check if the basket length is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, that means that we have added item to our cart, right? So greater than 0, so we will be using the shorthand for this shorthand condition. So if this is, or the basket is greater than 0, then display this particular component or element. So copy this and paste it here. Again, what we're doing is trying to display, for example, the basket length, or our basket has item,
then we will display this particular element which contain the subtotal component. So let's try this, save our checkout.js file, and let's try to remove our items from the cart. And it should also clear the proceed to checkout button. Now if we go to our home page and try to add products to the cart, then we should be able to see the proceed to checkout button right here. And of course we will be adding the we will be adding more elements to our subtotal, because that's the subtotal component right here. And let's go ahead and open up our subtotal component. So subtotal, and here of course what we could do is try to get also the content of our basket. So that's constant, and then cons basket, we're gonna be using the state of our basket, and dispatch equals use state value. Okay, and inside here we're gonna be using the currency format. As you can probably remember, we have installed this particular component, currency format. This is just to format our pricing to make it more appealing to the user. So subtotal, and then we have here proceed to checkout button. So in here we're gonna be adding the price, or meaning display the price of all the items that we have in our cart. So what we could do is add a currency format component right here, and of course we're gonna add different attributes to this. So the first one is render text right here equals, and then curly braces. And what we could do here is add a function that will get the value. Okay, and then we will do something about this particular value right now. So open parenthesis. In here we will be adding, for example, a paragraph tag. This is just to display the pricing. Okay, so that will be subtotal, and then open and close parenthesis, and we're gonna be adding basket.length and then items. Okay, so strong, we're gonna be adding the strong element right here, and of course the value. Okay, and then open and close curly braces again, and then we're gonna be adding the value. So p tag, and then in here we're going to add small. This is for maybe we don't need this anymore. Okay, and before closing our currency format, let's add another attribute to this. So this will be decimal scale, and then this should be 2, and value of this will be get cart total, and then of course the basket. So we could define this particular function inside the subtotal, or maybe we could use this the reducer file, whatever we want, and however we want this to define the get cart total function. Display type equals text, and then 1000 separator. We're gonna be adding the 1000 separators. If for example the price reached $1,000 or something, so we're gonna be adding 1000 separator, and the prefix for this is $. Okay, so as I've said, we're gonna be defining this get cart total function, and we have an option to do that in the reducer file, but also we could use it inside our subtotal function or subtotal component. So what we could do is try to use cons and then get cart total, and this should take the basket as the props, or I mean the argument, and we could check if the basket is not empty or something, and then we could use reduce function. Reduce function is just like each or for each in JavaScript, and also map. And the difference is that this is for array, and then the purpose of this is of course to make the element of our array to reduce and return a value. So that will be amount and then item, and of course we can get the item price plus amount. There you go, 0. Okay, you could save this and use state value. We need to import that coming from our state provider. So import and then use state value from state provider. There you go, save, and there you go. As you can see, we have display here subtotal, and then 4 items we could remove from the cart, for example, and it will be updating real time. And what we could do now is try to add styling to our checkout button. For example, this will be, let's add a class name for this so that we will be able to add styling. So checkout button, save, and then we're going to open the subtotal.js. So let's try to add that subtotal.css, and then inside our functional component, let's import the subtotal CSS. So that will be subtotal.css. There you go. And we could target the checkout button. So for example, the padding for our checkout button will be, I don't know, maybe 8 pixels. There you go. And we could also add margin to this, margin like 5 pixels. Okay. And what else? Maybe target the subtotal also and add padding. Padding will be 10 pixel for our subtotal element. There you go, a bit better than earlier. So this is the checkout page, and in here we can remove the cart, and then we can say we can see the, what do you call this, the total of the products that has been added to the cart. Okay, so the next step now is to like add limits to the login user or signed out user. So in order for us to do that, let's go ahead to header.js, and in here, let's make it bigger. In here you can see that we just statically display the sign text right here, and also the user text, which is not the ideal behavior. What we want is of course to display the actual name of the user and try to display sign in or sign out based on the state of our user data coming from our data layer. So what we could do is add here, instead of only the basket, we're gonna be using also the user, and we need to import this, or yeah, we already imported this use state value coming from a state provider. So we're going to deconstruct the state of our data layer utilizing the basket and of course the user. Now we could perhaps remove this, and in here what we could do, in here we can define the function, so const and then log out user. So the purpose of this is to, if the user is signed in, then we want the user to be able to log out from the website. So if the user is true, then what we could do is make use of the auth variable and then sign out. But before that, let's just import this coming from our Firebase. So import and then auth and then from Firebase. There you go. And in here, auth.sign out. So again, the purpose of this is just to be able to log out or add an option for the user to log out coming from our e-commerce website. So in here, what we could do is add a link to sign in or to sign to sign out. So sign in, what we could do here, let's just check if the user is signed in or not. So open and close curly braces, and then if user is not signed in, then this will be the path to the to this link will be /login. Okay, and then what we could do here, we can add on-click event to this. So on-click and then try to log out the user. Okay. After that, we could try to check here, or add the email perhaps. So user question mark and then email. So this is just to display the email of the login user, and here we could also try to conditionally display sign in or sign out. So if the user is signed in, then we will display sign out, and if the user is signed out, then we can display sign in right here. So let's save this and check to see the output. Okay, so as you can see here, we now have sign in displayed here, and we also have an one item, so we could click on the sign in and we should be able to redirect to this particular page, and from here we can try to log in or create an account, and we will be redirected to the home page or to the dashboard of our e-commerce website. So for example, user1 at gm.com, and then we're going to add password 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then create your Amazon account, and There you go. Okay, so I think we need to update this. Let us check. So we are already logged in, but the text here is still sign in. So what we want, if the user is logged in, it should be sign out right here. So user, and then user email, hello. So basically the user is not defined, right? Let's try this. Sign in, user1@gm.com, 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then sign in. Okay, so we still have this. Okay, so before we could add the user right here, or before using the user variable right here, we need to make sure that we are tracking the authentication changes inside our application, so that whenever our user tries to log in or log out coming from our Amazon website or e-commerce website, then we should be able to track that particular user and maybe change the state of our data layer variable or data layer. So from our app.js, we forgot to make use of the user here and the authentication, so that we could track the login user or logout user. So for now, let's just import the authentication coming from Firebase. So auth, and then from /Firebase, and inside our app we will be using the state of our state variable, or I mean the data layer variable. So basket also, and then dispatch, and use state value. There we go. And in here we will be using use effect. So import okay, so we need to import use effect. Import use effect from React. Okay, so let's save that. Use effect from React. It's still compiling our source. Okay, so we're getting this. Use state value is not defined. So what we can do is try to import that. Use state value from our state provider. Okay, so save, import in body of module reorder to top. Okay, so import in body of module 943 app.js. What are you doing there? Or I don't think we're using this particular one. We could probably remove this. Okay, and in here inside our app component, what we could do is try to use the use effect. So that will be use effect, and then all we're doing here is just trying to monitor our user. So use effect, and then we're gonna be adding the empty array, and in here we're gonna be using the auth, and then on auth state change, then we're going to get the authenticated user. Okay, there we go. And then curly braces, and in here we check if user auth is defined, then we're gonna dispatch an event which is of type set user. I think that's what we define in our reducer, set login. So app.js, and that will be set login, and then of course the login user will be reducer login user is the authenticated user. So user auth, there you go. Otherwise, we're gonna dispatch another event, and then we're gonna set the login user to null. So dispatch, we're gonna just copy and paste this, set login, and then it should be null. So save our app.js, and let's try this. Type error, dispatch is not a function. Dispatch is not a function. Okay. Dispatch. Okay, so dispatch not a function. What we could do is try to add the unsubscribe variable here. So unsubscribe, this will be the return for our use effect. So unsubscribe equals on auth change, and then user auth, and then dispatch, and just right here what we could do is return, and then open and close curly braces, and then the unsubscribe function. Okay, save, and we're still getting this particular output, dispatch login. Okay, so we're gonna be using the user here, user. Okay, reducer, where is it? Reducer. So login user app.js. So instead of basket, we're gonna be using the login user. What else? And of course, this is a silly mistake. Let's just remove the curly braces right here, and then use comma right here. Save that, and we should be able to get our output. And let's try to check, sign in, and then we're gonna be using user1@gmail.com or gm.com, and then the password, and then sign in, and still we're getting null user. So what we could do is check console.log, and then the user comma, and then login user. So save that, and let's try to check login user. So we're getting this particular output. Okay, so user1@gm.com, So basically we have the login user. So let's go to our header.js, and we're gonna be using login user right here, and also here. Okay, logged in user. So save. Okay, logged in user, dispatch. Okay. Okay, so I have to pause the video in order to troubleshoot that. The only problem that we have is this keyword right here. From the reducer, we have this action.user. Okay, so we need to use that also inside our app.js. So we're going to be setting the user into the authenticated user, and also we're going to dispatch this particular event. For example, the user is not logged in, then we're going to set the user into null. So that's the problem, and as you can see here now, we have the link for our sign out and also our email, which is displayed right above the sign out text. Okay, so I think that's all there is to it in this video, guys. And